Hello there. Yeah, I like to have some variety in the music I've been making. Making ambient is a fair bit easier than more upbeat stuff, for the most part. So, time for some more psychic. With Obsidian this time instead of Oblige, which is a bit fancier looking, quite a bit even. I'd say you typed it well enough, I understood what you meant. So, this stream is notable in that I have alcohol this time, which is a first. So, that all said, let's party. Now this is obviously a stealth mission, and I've totally already been spotted. I got sniped from all the way where, exactly? Oh, that guy way over there. I mean, I can't see him, but I know he's over there, because I've tested about with the maps, placing music and whatever, getting a vague feel for the map before placing music tracks. Couple of weapons right off the bat, because it's Obsidian. The chain gun replacer, which counts as a silent weapon, and the super shotgun, which is more of a regular shotgun. As for the alcohol I have, it's just beer, and it's Corona Extra. I don't consider it good, but hey, alcohol is alcohol in some cases. That being said, I do like more expensive stuff, I'll be honest. So I think I mentioned during another stream that I'd like to have some more mellow and or serene kind of music playing in WADs, and so that explains my choice of music for this first map. Pink gin, huh? I don't think I've ever had gin. Typically stick to whiskey, preferably scotch, although there's one rye I really like. That would be Crown Royal. I'm tempted to turn down the game sounds, but the music I've chosen for this first map is a bit quiet. The next map, for instance, is quite a bit louder. Only just started drinking, I'm already talking a bunch. Yeah. Also running on pretty much an empty stomach, so I can actually hopefully get something out of the 4 beers that I have. I technically have 5, but I'm limiting myself. I also have some scotch and rye kicking about, but yeah. Game audio is fine at the moment, great to know, thank you. Was almost worried. Ah, a bench. Good. Not a particularly great view. Get to him in a moment. Guess I didn't press that. I thought it was on a timer for a moment. I assume it raised these bars. Yep. Where'd he go? There you are. Definitely quite a bit more advanced than Oblige. There's a lot more detail going on. And it's, honestly, especially for what it is, pretty impressive. Granted, you won't get any super unique moments like you'd get in WADs that are handmade, so to speak. We have a book, and a laptop, and some lead being injected into me. Might as well save. Ah, yes, the first save, which takes a couple seconds. Always forget about that. Kinda wasting money by killing those guys and not being able to get to them, but oh well. I always end up with more than enough money anyway. Never bothered to actually look that up, but I am aware of Doom Cute. I don't know why it's called that. I guess I can assume as to why. I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with this texture on the side here. What is it replacing? Because me being me. Oh wait, that's a scorch mark. Yeah, that's a scorch mark from an imp. Okay. Like, that didn't look familiar. I should know what the textures look like. I made this texture replacement pack using the Back to Saturn X textures, which I still hope is okay. It's not like I'm redistributing it. That didn't take long. Yeah, I figured it was making objects from level geometry. I don't fully understand the name. I suppose I kind of do, but, you know, that's why I said fully. Ah. Doing about as well as I usually do. We have a fountain. There are some nice things to be found in Obsidian. I almost said Oblige. Heh. I don't think I can fit in the seat. I think the player's hitbox might be too big. It's kind of sitting on the arms. I killed everything? I'm missing 10 enemies, oh no. Yes, exactly 100 enemies in this map. Learned around Xmas last year, for reasons you won't mention, that's fair enough. I tend to also allude to things and then not want to talk about them. Which is kind of a weird thing to do, I'll admit, but hey. How much money do I got? Barely any. I forgot about this area. There, I got some money now. I picked up a weapon that I already had. A heck of a piano. Still nice to see. I like what Obsidian does. Adding, I don't know what the word I was looking for is. But, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, I can't really help you there. That could be a Firefox thing, which I haven't used in... haven't seriously used in over a decade. I've tried using it to get around some nonsense involved in other browsers, but other than that, I don't use it. 3 secrets that I can't be bothered to find. Or can I? How much does a computer map cost? Kind of a lot. But it might be worth it. There we go. Maybe? Maybe? I'm not sure. The first map, I'm already looking at the auto map like a goof. Can I get over there? I don't think I can. No, that's out of bounds. I think I just wasted that money. I could load if I wanted to, but... totally fine. I'll have more than enough money eventually anyway, which I probably already said and already forgot. I'm not even drunk yet. Although I'm slurring my words already. I don't think I can... nope. That looks like I should be able to actually get over there. Oh, hang on. What's that? You know what? I think I might have messed something up here, actually. Let me check. Yes, yes I have. I forgot to add a little cosmetic thing. Never do anything perfectly, but you don't have to be perfect. Right, where is that? See if I can just quickly restart the game here. Ooh, really? Alright, fine. Take 2. I don't want to play through the WAD without the thing, because there's a little thing I made. So let's see if I can just speed through this. It was totally just a demo, hahaha. There you go. Variants in the corpses lying around. Because before you just have the dead Doom guys, now you have a few different kinds of people. So there will still be some dead Doom Marines, but in addition to that, some dead soldiers of some other kind, some dead future police or whatever the hell, and also civilians, because demons are evil. Now, where was that secret area? It's even on the map, and I don't have the, yeah, okay. I did actually waste money on the computer map, and since I've, accidentally ended up taking a mulligan, so to speak, I won't have to waste money. I'll get to them in a moment. Some more beer. Yeah, I quite like the idea I had of adding a variation. Because this kind of gives the illusion, I guess, of there being other kinds of people trying to fight the demons. Dying, of course, because, you know, classic Doom never had friendly NPCs. Although I think maybe, first episode of Doom was supposed to have someone talking to the player and then die at the end of the first episode or something like that. I remember reading something like that a while ago. So the character I'm playing as is supposed to be one of the future cops or whatever. Except with psychic powers, which they don't have because they're all normal people. And this character isn't. I don't know. Just me having a little bit of imagination. I actually have, despite what people say, I mean, why would I care? Why would I think differently over what people say, of course, but, while I haven't heard necessarily anything positive said about the Doom Bible, I do have interest in it regardless. I've read about it on, oh, that's an actual button. Did I press that last time? Read on, TV Tropes about it. And it seems like something I'd be interested in if I, actually read. Do enough reading on my, I was gonna say on my computer, of course I'd be reading on the computer, because I don't think I'd be able to find a physical copy of the Doom Bible anywhere. You can probably order it off of somewhere, assuming it exists. But yeah, I haven't read any books for quite a while. Just read enough in chats and whatnot. And on TV Tropes. That was a terrible dodge. So much so it wasn't even a dodge. Can't upgrade the pistol yet. Can totally keep eating lead, though. I'd die from lead poisoning. Still using the kick a fair bit sparingly, being as it's not part of Psychic. I'm pretty sure someone actually gets telefragged in the Doom Bible, which is something. And I found one of the secrets. Don't think I can be bothered to find the others. In fact, I don't really recall seeing anything become revealed on the map. Hang on. There's another weapon somewhere for me to pick up. I'm sure of it. I've been seeing this one appear quite a bit. There are several. Kind of weird there. I was talking about a weapon, then suddenly talking about a corpse without clarifying beforehand. I got those. There's a weapon somewhere. I just remember things I saw minutes ago. Well, I don't need it, at the very least, so I think I'll just leave, probably. Unless I suddenly think I remember something. Yeah, there you go. There's your jibbed Doom guy. Hello, Jetstream Wade. Or just Jetstream, don't know why I said your full name that time. I'm somewhere around half a beer in. Well, I guess I'll leave. I'll probably keep saying this. I will have more than enough money eventually. That's the intermission screen I decided to go with, because I actually kind of forgot. I just kind of made this and decided, I might go with this. And then I forgot and then decided, and then now I'm seeing it. And I figure, this is good. Works. Just a shot of the first map. You froze your brain with ice cream, huh? I might need to turn down the in-game music volume on the next map, because like I mentioned before, first map has quiet music. And this next one is noticeably louder, and you might remember it from the first, what was it? Yes, the first Doom 2 in name only stream. So I decided I liked the track enough that, why not hear it again already? I'll just have a bit more beer first, haha. What a mature thing to say. While I have arguably butchered this track by changing some of the sounds in it, this is a Mark Clem track from Wacky Wheels. And this next map has Mark Clem music as well. Let's go. It's also the first proper tech-based map of the WAD. Time to party. Oh, I think I know what the first magic I'm gonna buy is. You know, I'm actually not 100% certain this is a Mark Clem track, only like 99. Boy, I hope I'm correct, but I'm mostly sure. There are a couple others. No, I don't remember which ones are which. Didn't memorize exactly. Do I have the money for this? Yes. Haha, hello there. My special hand rockets. We have the, not Chronomicon. There are a few of those. Also, I really like some of the things... I almost said Oblige again, dang it. Really like what Obsidian does, like this crazy thing here. It's very nice. Hope you're enjoying the jibbing there, Jetstream. This sprite is exactly the same as Blake Steele's I Got Jibbed sprite. Just a regular, whatever the hell kind of soldier. Basically just a recolor of the Strife Rebel. Sometimes those do something. Something nebulous. I don't know what I was thinking trying to press that. Where do I get that blue key, I wonder? Ah, here we go. definitely want to upgrade this, being as the first level of it's quite slow, but still fairly effective. I like just looking at the certain details in Obsidian. Granted, I think the textures I've set up do it some favors. But I'm probably a little biased. I don't want to say necessarily tired of, but I've seen the regular Doom 1 and 2 textures enough that it's nice to have something different. Sometimes going here in these bits will open something, although those said bits are typically a bit bigger. Oh boy, I sure am glad I found this. I'm being sarcastic, of course. Obviously, I decided to take it anyway. Dang it. I was thinking I maybe should be using cover, but oh well. There you go. Yeah, I guess if there's a candle there, then this can open. What do I get? Perfect. Now there's armor from before, elsewhere. We'll have to go get that. The texture pack has a bunch of Back to Saturn X textures that I ripped. Definitely not allowed to share them, and only hopefully allowed to be streaming with them. I have reason to assume it's fine. Ooh, that was close. Need that. Oh, right, I forgot I can actually get in here. Could have done this in the first map. Doesn't matter, though. I don't think there's ever anything in here. If you got a health pack off a secret like that, you'd be sad. Well... in a normal WAD, I'd be disappointed, but... this is Obsidian, and there are secrets just all over the place. This map has 14 of them. The first map had a sane amount of 3. I also have chocolate. Forgot about that. Probably won't get into that. It seems like one of the last things you want to mix with beer. Yeah, already been there, okay. Once you figure out some secrets in Obsidian, then you'll just see the areas that they appear in and you'll think, oh hey, look, a secret. Hopefully there's something I need. Which for me is usually health. Alright, I'm probably gonna die here. Jesus. Was not expecting the door to open. I'd kill myself. Flash damage, I guess not. Just get gunned down instead. How do I want to do this? Can I forward? No, I cannot. afford this. Yeah. I use the pinky as a meat shield as I'm trying to kill the pinky at the same time. A weird thing to say. Very much needed that, obviously. Ah, you see this? Yeah, I am a prophet after all. I don't know why I try the barred doors. I never open. It's a good way to tell the player that these ain't gonna open. I wonder if that mirror is supposed to actually be a mirror. Or whatever. We have a techie-looking toilet. Cement urinals. A little unfortunate with the textures here, but oh well. Ain't my fault. I did, for the most part, be pretty, word I'm looking for. Arguably faithful. Because, I mean, some textures you can probably figure out which vanilla textures they replace. This is a weird place for a bench. Ah yes, what a beautiful wall. With these weirdly misaligned textures, I don't know, that's a weird design choice. Might be my fault with the, different texture, but oh well. Now, where am I going? Do not have the yellow key yet. I don't know if, Obsidian expects me to... Oh yeah, I guess I'd walk up there. So I don't know if it expects me to jump. I guess not. Ah. I don't know what the crystal metal replaces. Specifically, I mean, the coins all replace ammo. Yeah. Something opened. Give me that. There we go. It sounds like pinkies. Well, I mean, it sounds like several different kinds of enemies, but I reckon it's pinkies. Ah, specters, same thing. That's unfortunate. Just going to hold this down. That chain gunner. There we go. Someone else can kill me instead. Like that chain gunner. That was close. Oh, there we go. Ah, dang it. Whoa. Wondering where you were. Figured he'd just be hanging around the wall there. Corner. The wall corner, yes. Something I did in my Discord server was, almost regrettably, because I don't have very many people in it, had a, tried having a vote of sorts of, which of the two characters I made for Psychic would you like me to play as next? Got one vote each, and then it just stayed like that, so I decided to go with this one for a couple of reasons. Main reason being, arguably main reason at least, yeah, I would probably have to ask however you pronounce that. I'm familiar with the name, I just don't know how to pronounce it. But as for the reasons I chose this character, I have updated this character. Her death sprites are better. She has a more proper face instead of what she had before, which was acceptable. But it's way better now.
Of course.
Just jump. Fine. Oh, hey, what happened there? Kind of floating on something, I think. Oh yeah, this is... That's weird. This is open. But yeah, this character's been updated. Both the death sprites, only all of the death sprites involved, because those are the only sprites that will be making an appearance in-game, unless I find a mirror, which I'd rather not, because I didn't mess with those sprites. And when shot from the sides, she now turns her head. Before she didn't. She just, move her eyes from the left or right. As for any other reason I have for choosing to play as this one rather than the first character is, I like this one more. Uh-oh. But next time I stream with Psychic, I will be playing as first one. There's also another fun thing I did with the HUD face. Not sure if anyone will notice it though. Trying to decide whether or not to spoil the surprise. It's very subtle. If you're not paying attention, then you won't notice it, kind of thing. Right, yellow key. Where was that yellow door? Only on the second map. I'm close to an hour in. Well, I did have that 8-minute long intro, which is my absolute limit for a stream intro track. Although there was also the 30 seconds of silence beforehand. And, I do have another track that exceeds 8 minutes. I used that one once. I think I'll reserve that for, particularly special streams, like, maybe something like the 100 followers special kind of thing. Maybe... I'm already planning on actually using it for my very first Hideous Destructor stream whenever that happens. That's gonna be quite a while still. Woohoo! That should have killed me by, like, all rights. I thought that guy's helmet was a med kit. Stimpack, rather. Which would be nice. Evidently. So I could give a hint as to what the special... damn it. ...thing I did is. So if you want a hint, then, you know, say so. If not, that's perfectly fine. Figured I'd give the option, since I'm small time enough to have this much communication with my what little I have of an audience. Don't get me wrong, I very much appreciate having, honestly, any size audience. I wouldn't want to have too many people, because then I'd never be able to get to, everyone. Alright, the, last little thing I did was... oh my god. Get hit scanned, and, whatever. Just kill these first, God willing. You know, this sort of thing happened in the first Psychic stream. Right, the last thing I did involves picking up the Mega Armor. Well, there's the hint. It's very close to just saying what exactly I did, I suppose. Whatever. Uh-oh. Ah! Fire would be great for those guys. There it is. Haven't found any Mega Armor yet. Don't know how many maps it's gonna be before then. Yeah... Okay. Oh, good. That's the first thing I needed. That's kind of weird that one side of this is a bookcase and the other side's a door. Whatever. Not complaining, just making an observation. This beer ain't quenching my thirst. I should have brought some water. There, I'm officially a beer in. Would you believe me if I said I got these Corona Extras for free? Like a couple years ago. Alright, fire. don't know what you missed there. A few years ago? A couple years ago. Just had them lying around because they're not great. In my opinion, at least. I'm sure they're fine if you like low-end beer. At least I think it's low-end. I'm not really good with beers. More into harder stuff. I'm also more into coolers, funny enough. Coolers and hard liquor. Which is a weird couple of things. Sometimes I like having both in the same evening. Well, it's canned. Although I assume bottle would be fine. I don't know. I think beer would last quite a while before it even starts to do anything. A cooler is an alcoholic beverage, which typically tastes more like pop. Well, it's got a much less abrasive flavor. And interestingly, they're actually looked down upon because of that. But interestingly, they actually have, typically, a higher alcohol volume than beer. What I'm drinking right now has pretty measly 4.6%. I think coolers are typically like around 6. Oh, nice. I was wondering if I'd see any Wolfenstein textures. Good, he's dead. Kill your buddy now. Ah, fire. Alright. I think Mike's Hard Lemonade is considered a cooler. I might be wrong, but that's at least what I think it is. "234 enemies in the second map. My god, how many streams is this gonna take me? I figured it would take like maybe 4, 3, something like that. Just have to wait and find out. 5 secrets, nice. I have no idea what I picked for the third map's music. I've forgotten. I only memorized maps 1 and 2 and 6. Map 6. I'd leave it a surprise, but no one's gonna figure out what it actually is because no one's actually played the game it's from. It's from William Shatner's Tech War. Because I actually quite like some of the tracks. Some tracks are kind of weird and odd and questionable. I still like them, but some I particularly like, such as the one I chose for map 6. Moving on. Forbidden Fortress. I do like the randomly generated map names. I don't think this is going to be something I'll normally do, but I did check most of, if not all of, the maps to get a vague feel for them before choosing music. I think I did sort of say this earlier, but I phrased it differently at least. I hopefully phrased it more clearer this time. Yes, more clearer. Don't think that's the alcohol talking. Oh, here's Mega Armor, by the way. Gonna get this first. So yes, if you pay close attention to the HUD face, you will see something happen when I pick this up. Is there anything back here? No. Kill the hit scanners before they got a chance. Except they do have a chance because I'm slow. The shotgun ain't great at range. It's really meant for up close and personal sort of business, pushing enemies around. Something which took me way too long to realize. And I still forget. Yes. There was a change around her neck. The, what little you can see of the chest part of the armor. It's more like the collar, whatever. And the shoulder, they both changed to match the armor I just picked up. Which is a pretty nice touch, if I do say so myself. That was inspired somewhat by Ion Maiden, or Ion Fury, if you want to call it that. Because depending on the armor you have, the color of the collar on Shelly Harrison's outfit changes. And I thought that was a nice touch, so I decided to do the same sort of thing with this character. And in case you're wondering, there is absolutely no way I'm doing this for the first character because of how he works. So it's just a special little thing for this character. And who knows, maybe a future character. That's a pretty hard maybe. It's pretty doubtful. I wouldn't expect it. Might be unique to this one. Legs. Hello, Sadrax. Ooh. Glad you appeared, because I didn't realize I still had the alert sounds muted for the intro. Because I guess if it were me, if I were watching someone stream, I'd prefer there not to be any like follows or subscription sounds during an intro, because I like to listen to stream intros music myself. But thankfully, your presence, Sadrax, has reminded me to re-enable them. Yes, I have 3. This is over the top. Hang on. Keep burping thanks to the beer, and I'm trying to keep that quiet. I'd have to be pretty hammered to just kind of let him rip. Ooh, wait, did I want to do that? That's fine. What was I saying? Right, yeah, I have 3 more characters planned for Psychic, which is, like I said, over the top. I mean, even the second one is redundant. She doesn't need to exist. I just decided, hey, why don't I make another one? Because why not? Add some variety. Well, I have 2 more characters. I did say 3. I have 2 more characters planned for regular Doom sort of stuff. And I have 1 character, the only character who warrants existing. He's going to be for when I play Heretic and Hexen with Psychic. So he is going to be a wizard sort of dude. What did I say dude there? I guess the beer is actually doing something. Good. Normally say guy, I think. But yeah. Wizard man to fit with the medieval fantasy sort of setting. Oh, that's odd. Bullet marks don't show up there. That tells me that does something, or maybe that's... Ah, it's not actually there. It's a whatchamacallit, illusory, yeah. Illusory lights. I cannot speak. Great. That being said, however... You know, actually, I probably shouldn't be just letting this, invisibility sphere run out. Kind of useful in, Obsidian sometimes, because Obsidian and Oblige tend to have quite a few hit scanners. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. What am I doing? Ah. Everywhere is brown, and now everywhere is green. Funny thing, something I don't get to do often. My carbonated drinks consumption is close to non-existent, so it's actually kind of almost a special feeling to be able to open a can. I know, that sounds pretty wimpy, pathetic, whatever have you, what have you even. But whatever. You know, I think it's actually affecting me, because I'm being a little incoherent already, and I'm only 71 minutes into the stream. God, where am I going? Going to stream World of Warcraft, huh? Forgot that was hit scan. When it's powered up. Trying to predict an enemy's, trying to lead an enemy and I didn't need to. Ooh. I feel like he shouldn't have survived that, maybe he just got lucky. RNG was on his side. Haha, that's exactly what I meant to do. Isn't something I get to say often without sarcasm. Back with pink gin, which is very pink and very fizzy. Sounds good. I assume it's something like either pink lemonade or grapefruit flavor. Of course, when I say grapefruit, I'm thinking of a very nice and sweet, possibly fake sort of grapefruit, rather than the real thing. There's a grapefruit pop that I quite like. One of those special pops that has what I like to call want more in it. As in you drink some and then you want more. Very nice, haven't had it in many years. Well, I say many, I don't know how many it's been. Feels like at least 5, which is kind of a lot. Maybe not in terms of numbers, but time, yeah. Yeah. Having a conversation here with this Cacodemon. I'm speaking Schottish. shotgun. I communicate with what is known as a shotgun. Yes, I wonder if anyone will get that reference. There's a chance. Okay, I guess I'm going that way. However, there's this over here. I still have 100 points of heavy armor. Heavy armor? Mega armor? Mega armor. Good for me. Wish I didn't waste that and then also hurt myself at the same time. It's kind of a habit. Yes, hurting myself is a habit. No. Using magic is a habit, as it should be. However, it's powered up and I've been holding off on it because I'm very stingy, I guess. Oh, I should upgrade something. How about just max out the pistol? Oops. Didn't mean to, put the can back down as hard as I did. Didn't actually really put it down hard, it's just that the microphone is on the table. Oh, even something like this is a little loud. That was me very gently tapping the, top of the table with my fingernails. Should probably get another arm for my microphone. I already have one arm for my second monitor. But I don't know. I feel like it might get in the way or something. Or legs. Oh, hey, chill out. My new and improved pistol-flavored lead. Guess that's something for him to think about. That was kind of bad. That was a real stretch of a, joke. Oh well. I think I was kind of lucky to be able to have enough space for a secondary monitor. It's a very small monitor. I don't remember the measurements. But, it's not much bigger than a... Excuse me. Not much bigger than a laptop screen. I've forgotten where basically all of the tracks I'm using are from. This could be Rocket, this could be Rebirth, I don't know. Whoops. I'm using at least a couple of tracks from Rebirth, which I streamed over a year ago, I think. Streamed that with a old version of Combined Arms. Plan to stream it again with Psychic someday. Actually, already played through it with Psychic quite a few years ago. How am I going? What did I get from here? I got all the keys. The blue door, I guess? No. That's worrying. Been through every door. I don't know where I'm going. I've been through the... You know, despite the fact I don't like beer, I kinda like how it smells and I like the aftertaste. Well, I got that going for me. I don't think I want to go... Hang on, what's that? Oh, right, that's where I got the yellow key. Okay, jeez. I'm absolutely not drunk. This is normal for me, forgetting stuff just like that. Kind of worry myself sometimes, but what can you do? Oh, I'm being shot at. I'm not sure if those guys were really tenderized or if my pistol's that much better. No, it should be better. It's more accurate, and I think it does more damage. I'm still running on Mega Armor. I'm not going to pick that up. Kick him so hard his organs fly out. Which is pretty metal, let's be honest. Can I go that way? Oh, no, I'm bit disoriented. Down that way. Glad I have the map set up in the way I do, you know, textured. Thought of changing the background color from the, I don't know what you call that color. Tan-ish. Some variant of brown. Thought of changing that to something, maybe black, but I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't look right after all this time. I am going that way. It's just this screwed with me. Being able to see that has revealed it on the map, and so I wasn't sure. Then I thankfully remembered, oh, I just got the yellow key here, and I haven't been through there. Is that a window or a door? Okay, good. Basically a door. Alright. Hello there. Hit scanners and not hit scanners alike. They all get to die. That guy only just woke up. Woo. Dying. Can I get back to that armor? Which I suddenly find myself needing. Was it here? Oh god, I should have marked it. One of these days I'll get used to marking stuff. Maybe I'll force myself to. When I start messing with Hideous Destructor, well, that sort of thing will be way more important. Thankfully, I lucked out and found the armor without having to think too hard or run around too much. Something I've thought of doing, because I am capable of doing this. Actually, am I? Yes. Yes, okay. Something I thought of doing is having the HUD face sprites be different depending on if I have no armor or light armor. At this point in time, they are the same. But having there be no armor visually wouldn't make sense for stupid reasons. I was gonna talk about something else, wasn't I? I don't remember what. There's the city. I put together a couple of pre-existing sky textures from the... I don't remember the name of the guy. So-and-so's Box of Skies. I kind of feel bad that I don't remember. Maybe I can check. Wrong folder. That's not how you spell skies. No, I don't have the guy's name somewhere. You can probably find it by typing in Box O Skies. Many of the skies are too big. If you use a big sky with a procedurally generated map, you can see the sky is repeating there. It will look screwy. It will only show some of the sky, and then it will tile badly. I don't know if different sky sizes are to do with the map itself, and I can't edit maps. But I'm making do with the regular sky size. It's good enough. Ah yes, marking supplies and Hideous Destructor. Something I tried to do outside of Hideous Destructor, because, you know, armor is very important, health is very important, obviously, and, whatever. I realize I'm only, 84 minutes into this stream, but, thanks to me drinking beer, I will be right back in a, minute or two. Guess I'll leave it on the, leave it on this screen. It's a short track. Max Boxel Skies? I don't remember the guy's name at all. I thought... No, I don't remember the name, but that's probably right if it has Boxel Skies in it. But yes, back in a minute or two. Alrighty. Kinda weird. Being only 1 and a bit beers in and actually kinda feeling something. Say that because I'm typically not really a lightweight. But like I mentioned, kinda have an empty stomach, then that's kinda why. Not something you should do. Drinking on an empty stomach, but hey. Ah. already almost dead. What the hell happened? Ooh, dang it, knew that was gonna happen. As soon as I missed that shotgunner, I figured I'm dead. Don't care enough about the money. Gotta remember to not care quite so much when playing Obsidian or Oblige. With other WADs that have death exits, however, yes. I didn't miss much. Me talking and dying. Now you've come back to see me not know where I'm going. Right, here we go. Don't know what that opened. Oh, maybe over here. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh boy, portals. What the hell? That ain't good. That looks like a conflict of some sort. I think that's supposed to be the floating eye with the green star or whatever the hell. Might be having an issue with the with these. It's an odd place to park your car. Yeah, those things were Cacodemon eyes. I'll have to see if I can fix that. I don't know why it says obliged when I'm playing Obsidian, but oh well. Having a bit more beer. Which I still find weird to say because I almost always just go with whiskey. I was gonna say scotch, but you know, sometimes it's rye. Welcome back from the dying internet and advertisements. Speaking of advertisements. Where am I going? This looks right. One of these times I'm gonna let the key fall, or at least partially. Ah. Was there anything in here? Yeah, right, I got the blue key, okay. What was when I started asking? Was there any point? And then I remember. Been in that one. This one... Right, that blue one. I haven't been in the blue one. Or is that where I started? No, that ain't where I started. Why, hello there. Ah. Ah. Damn chain gunners. I must console myself with beer. Uh-oh.
Disappointed!
That was a little loud. I should probably turn that one down. Oh yeah, that reminds me, something I meant to talk about earlier is something that would be really nice to have. A Doom mod, a little Doom mod that adds something like one-liners. There's a bus over there. Is that a wine touring bus? I don't think so. What was I gonna say? Damn it! Maybe if I go back up here, I'll remember. That's how it works sometimes. Right, yes, a little mod for Doom, and it would be neat to have one that's, yeah, one-liners, and change, like, the frequency of them coming up, so I don't get, like, too repetitious. Maybe have the code allow for, many, instead of just 10, like, have a lot. What if that existed? I don't know what exactly I'd do for the characters I've made. There's lead flying around all over the place. Yeah, if it's set up in a way that you can easily just replace the sound files, that would be great. As for how the one-liners would work, ideally, I'm talking with a can of beer in my hand. It's too bad you can't see. It's funny. It makes me look really intelligent when I'm speaking. Not as good as a green bottle, but hey, I'll make do with what I've got. Options for the one-liners, like disabling, enabling when they come up, but would mainly have them for when like an enemy gets jibbed. Have something like a 25% chance, or you could set it to 50 or 10. Maybe also say something upon entering a map. Unique lines for when starting a WAD. Something I just thought of now is maybe something special said when you kill an icon. Although that might be kind of weird. Depends how it would work. Would it be for when you kill an icon or when an icon gets killed? Because some death exits work with icons getting killed and also a voodoo doll being involved. It's a bunch of fancy stuff. Not a Macubus. Yes, it is. Maybe I can just stun lock him. Nope. Well, there's the exit. There's a sign. Replace the texture, because the sign before is a bit fourth wall breaking. That or... Actually, yeah, that particular texture, yeah. I'd like for there to not be fourth wall breaks. So the original texture there... And again, this is weird. It says Oblige level maker. Or map maker, I don't remember. I already forgot. As for why I kept the one sign that says Obliged, I've decided I have stupid headcanon for it. Don't know if I want to elaborate on that or not. Maybe in my Discord server. Bonus for the people who have actually joined it. Of which there are like 18 or 17. Going to hum against all the walls until one of them gives way. I want to go out there. Ah, here we go. That was just luck. I can't remember if this is a default texture or not. I know I purposely replaced most of the textures. I don't think that's the replacement. So honestly, some vanilla textures look good enough. Nice. Finally got the rocket launcher replacement. Could upgrade something, but what? Using this weapon feels like cheating because it's silent and I don't alert all of the enemies in the vicinity when I use it. Yeah, this isn't quite what I was looking for. Does this do anything, I wonder? I don't know, hidden line diffs. Well, I got that secret quote-unquote rocket launcher. Well, that's nice. Oh, there's a portal there. So I'm doing this. Oh yeah. I only went in one of the portals, didn't I? I ended up here. No, wait a minute. I went here, and then I went into that one. I don't think I ever went into that one. Wait a minute, does this not open? Oh, it doesn't have a portal. Okay. I'm being dumb. Yeah, I saw there wasn't one on the map, and yet I decided to investigate anyway. Okay. Didn't need that. There wasn't any. Okay. You can tell if there's a secret. If there's either... There's a box there, then there's no secret. If there's a candle there, then yes. At least I think that's how it works. It seemed a little unfortunate to learn how the secrets work, but what can you do? What am I trying to accomplish here? I don't know what I'm trying to do, but exactly how do I do it? Do it, even. Dev could change the algorithm a little, maybe. I'm sure it's extremely complicated, though. Does me no good. How much money do I got? You know what? Doesn't... Oh, maybe I can actually do that. Let's find out. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Oh look, beer. Alright. It's like... the hell? I've been missing out, have I? Ooh, hey, I've learned something. Oh, look at you. I don't think that's gonna be of much use, though. And that'd be neat if power-ups carried on to the next map, so you'd have, like, 20 seconds of this. In the next map. That'd be kinda neat. I think there's a mod for that. I probably wouldn't use it, though. It would feel like cheating. Because, you know, people... they'll put a hot start into a map, and that's the way they intend for it to be played, which is why I try to do stuff like not jumping. However, with procedurally generated WADs, I make an exception. Get there. Oh, there we go. Okay. I swear I'm not going to do this for every map. That would be awful. They ain't much, but take it anyway. Oh, there's something over there. Because you totally know what I mean when I say over there. It doesn't look right. No, I gotta go on the Yeah. I can jump through the window. I can, but that would be, that's not kosher.
Have I tried every portal?
No, I think I see something. God, I'm on the... what is this? Oh, 4th map. I thought it was 3rd for a second. Because that's so much better. 2 hours in. My god. Nope, that ain't right. Is right, however. What the hell? What the actual hell? Am I supposed to get in there? Keep expecting the doors to just open. It should almost be a jump scare at this point because they haven't. Ah, okay. I should really just move on to the next map if I had any sense, but no, I don't. Okay, this is actually where I wanted to go though, because then I can go down here. Maybe there's something here? Damn it. Money, at least. Wanna upgrade. How about... sit on that for a bit. Is that the right phrase? Whatever. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm pretty close to giving up and just moving on. Because I'm sure this isn't particularly fun to watch. Unless you're weird like me, and I could totally probably watch someone... yes, totally probably watch someone do this sort of thing. You like this carpet. It's that one portal that's bugging me. Hang on, that looks different. No, wait, that's an... Well, this red one's gonna just lead to the other red one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And, look like there's anything special. This is gonna take me somewhere I don't want to be, yeah. You say it's fine, but, yeah. Probably the only person who says it's fine. Kind of like how I'm the only person, I'm sure, who watches someone else and would be okay with watching them doing something boring. I don't know, that's kind of weird. God damn it. That's gonna bug me, though, if I don't do it. Well, you know what? An idea I just had is, maybe not on stream, but I will make a hard save. Make a little bonus video to just upload in my Discord server. If I can find the portal that leads that area, which is at the top right. I swear I've been there, though. Hang on.
No.
Ah. Screw it. I'll try every portal, like, one more time. Then I'll move on. This ain't right. Oh, I come out there. Oh, that's how that works. Boy, am I slow. But hey, I've been drinking. I'm like 1 or 2 beers in. Only 1. This ain't right either. Yeah, I just tried that. Or did I? Yes. Wait a minute. I am terribly slow. I only just realized that's probably a portal. My god, it is! And I looked right at it earlier. I saw, oh, that's blue. Okay. I didn't put 1 and 1 together and realize that's a portal, stupid. I'm not sure if I'll blame alcohol on that one, because that seems like something I'd easily miss. Yay, indeed. Finally. Don't know how long it took, but I'm moving on. I try to keep up the pace. Oh, this doesn't open. Interesting. How about you? Can I use this? Are there any enemies kicking around? There's 1 enemy. You're in for a surprise, buddy. Nice fireworks. Oh no, I'm missing 1 secret. I must find it. Haha, I'm kidding. I'm just taking a quick look, don't worry. Oh, I think I know what the 1 secret is. I think it's that invulnerability sphere, which I neglected to mark, because I kinda don't need it. What are you? Where I came from? Yes. Well, I do like this track. I'd like to hear something else, so let's see if I can figure out how to get to the ending. The exit. That's gonna be down here. Ah! No, it's not. What am I doing? God, you know, I thought I heard the sound of an imp fireball hitting the wall. It's usually Y-A-Y, but I have seen Y-E-Y a few times over the years. In my opinion, they both work fine. What would be weird is if you typed yoy or yoy or yee. But they both... In fact, Y-E-Y looks like it would be better pronounced. Yay. Y-A-Y could be... I don't know. Maybe the same. I don't know. Was gonna say something potentially dumb. I've been saying enough dumb stuff this stream, I'm sure. Mostly sure. Like, my god, where am I going? I know where I'm going, it's, you know, question of how. Oh, I think I know the one secret that I haven't seen, and it's this! Oh, it doesn't open. What about... Hang on. You look a little suspicious. No, wait, that's the door, and I tried the door. Whatever, I don't really care much about what's in there. That's all a question of getting back to the exit, which I think is... this way. And then I go over here. God damn it. Forgetting the simplest things. It's this way. I'd say don't do alcohol, because that's what you do. You do alcohol, you don't just drink it. Ha 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 ha. Oh, this is just me. I'm pretty sure this is mostly me, just being myself. Purple. Which is a lot better than inverted grayscale, I tell ya. Finally moving on. It could be a regional thing. Projects of the Ghosts. Oh no. I was trying to avoid having to get up to put the second empty can of beer somewhere. Had to get up anyway because I knocked it over. I'll be weird and honest. Man, this is a nice track. I was almost hoping I'd end up knocking over a beer can because it sounds pretty funny when a can falls over and just goes ting ting ting. I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, this track reminds me of the 90s, I guess? Oh, it kind of gives me a nice feeling. What the hell? Hello. Weird. Kind of a weird track. I almost consider it mood whiplashy. Damn it, I should not have picked that up. I'm about to get obscure and very specific, but this part of the track reminds me of ah crap, I don't know how to pronounce a band name. It ain't English. A band that qualifies as like black metal. Granted, this does not sound like black metal. It's like one of the mellow bits of music you'd hear in a black metal song before it becomes blast beats and screaming. That sounds a bit unfair of me to say. There's more to black metal than that sometimes. And I like black metal. And then when this track picks up, it sounds like some rock from the 90s. Or at least... I don't know. Gives me a 90s vibe. Which makes me like it a lot. I just realized I said vibe. I think I usually say feel. As if it didn't yes, just reading people say vibe a lot. Yeah, black metal's quite a bit different from death metal. They're both very heavy, typically. Well, there's definitely a pretty large difference between the two. Maybe I'll post some examples in my Discord server. Oh, hello. Mostly good reaction time on my part. Right, I'm invisible. I didn't even notice. Didn't even realize I can't see my nice pistol sprite. Of course, I call it nice. Not trying to be objective, I'm just saying I really like my pistol sprite. Otherwise, why would I have made it? Why would I be using it? That's the wrong way. There's gotta be a button around here somewhere. I'm gonna turn this up on my end. Schwalbe, thank you for the raid of 5 people, and my god, that timing was perfect. I literally just turned up the volume on my end, so that actually startled me. Just absolutely enjoying this MIDI. Turned up my volume and then suddenly rumbling. Perfect. Oh my god. Impetoria, thank you for following. Maybe I should stream on Saturdays more often. Oh, hello there. Time to dance. Oh, that was pretty good. want to talk over the music. Alright. Oh, I absolutely asked for the startling. It's comedic value. It's always fun to watch watch the streamer or hear the streamer get startled. Of course, there is a bit of a visual thing when I get startled sometimes. If it's a mild startle, nothing will really happen. But if it's a good enough startle, then you'll see my view move like this. Because I don't have a webcam, probably never get one, because I don't really want to do that. Plasma rifle model looks questionable, you say? I hope you don't mean, phallic. I was trying to avoid saying that, but hey. I made the front end of this. Before, the front end looked like the regular Doom plasma rifle, so I decided to make it look more consistent with the rest of the weapon. And I think it turned out pretty well. I did use bits of the rest of the weapon sprite to make this, to match the visual style. Keep it nice and consistent, because I'm just like that. How would I upgrade this? Is this still level 1? Yes. I have a level 2 plasma. Never give me plasma magic. Damn near killed myself with it. As for the question, how's Psychic? It's going very nicely. Especially since I'm 2 beers in. I don't even like beer, but hey. It's nice to have alcohol every once in a while. It's been months, honestly, since I've had a drink. This looks kind of nice. That's true, and we do drink a lot. No more plasma magic for this man. Are you sure about that? Well, I'm not really, my knowledge of beers is severely limited. Because I prefer whiskey. Have to dance around that guy. There you go. Okay, good. I don't know what I was trying to say there. It was a couple of different things at the same time. Happens even when I haven't been drinking. Right, I got 2 of the keys. And I got one of them from here, so I don't need to be in here anymore. Never had Guinness. missing some of the context from earlier. Ah. I was more referring to Shvalba swearing at me. I'm sure European beer is better, and that's totally fine by me, because like I said... whiskey. I've been here already. Ah. God. Trying to keep up the pace by running around and then just not knowing where I'm actually going. Did I? Yes, I did press that. Screwed with that. It's funny, I was saying earlier that, I typically prefer these two things. Whiskey and coolers. Two completely different things. Right, I think I'm going this way. Maybe. And I'm missing a key. Because with coolers, hey, maybe I just want to be drinking pop, but also get drunk off of it. Always like some slap bass in my middies. Oh my god, if that's not a good time. I don't know what is. How disappointed will you be checking the performance of the video? I assume you're referring to your Doom roguelike video, which I have yet to watch. I didn't have time to. I was trying to mostly stick to my schedule. Well, I say schedule, I don't normally stream on Saturdays. I do plan on getting to it eventually. Maybe later today, maybe months from now, I have no idea. But hopefully, soon. Because I actually do have interest in Doom roguelike. Doom the roguelike, whatever it's actually called. There we go, that's a pretty mess. Alright, let's see if I can do this. Well, I didn't kill myself. Health? Armor? Damn it. Woohoo! Close but no cigar. And the final key. It's funny. I've said this before. Whoa. Said this in other streams. Ah. I thought that was gonna happen. Cyber, you're going? Alright, thank you for watching. Jetstream, you might need some help later with Deep Red Galactic. Maybe? I don't know. I consider myself bad at the game. But we'll see. Oh yeah, the Death Portrait, yeah. That's inspired by Ion Maiden. There were actually a few things with this character inspired by Ion Maiden. I mentioned one earlier, and that's, depending on what armor I have, the armor in the portrait changes. Portrait? HUD face? Whatever. And yeah, I know that face is a bit inconsistent with the death sprite, but, usually something that would bug me. It almost does, actually, but screw it. Both of the death faces I have for the two characters I've made are pretty violent. Even though one of them, the guy, you can't see his face, he's wearing a helmet, but when he's dead, his visor is very cracked, absolutely covered in blood. There's even blood coming out of the mouth part of the full-faced helmet. I realize that makes me sound possibly crazy, or edgy, or something, but hey, it's... You gotta have some nice blood going in your 90s games, right? You don't recall Shelly's eyeball popping out, huh? I'm crazy and edgy and you love me for it. I don't consider myself edgy, but hey. I know there's one... death face sprite thing in Ion Maiden. I'm pretty sure she's missing an eye, and is also missing a pretty sizable part of her head. And I don't mean the one where she's missing almost all of her head and only has the jaw. Whoa. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just quickly Google this. Oh my god, I thought I had Quake running for a second there. But, hang on. Just the right amount of edgy, huh? Okay. You'd reload a save so fast in Iron Maiden that you'd never notice the death portrait. Oh yeah. Makes sense. I actually updated the, Ooh, my. Sorry, I went to the Spriter's resource page of Ion Maiden, and I'm seeing some stuff. Looks like the sprites are higher resolution now, which I'm not sure if I'm totally sold on, but regardless, they look nice. Right, let me see here. Oh my god, why can't I find it? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, Shelley Harrison has 3 dead face sprites. And one of them does involve having an eye hanging out and missing a quite a bit of the head. Pretty gruesome. But you know, I don't consider myself edgy, I just like having some decent gore in my first-person shooters. I mean, come on. Your deaths were 99% related to those flying rocket barrages spearing enemies, forgot their names. I can check right now. The Deacons, I guess? I think they fire rockets. Man, I would love to play Ion Maiden again. Those Deacons are creepy. Well, I only say that because of what they say. F1 pretty, Oh, I like how they did this. God damn it. I think it's... they have a line that they say when they've spotted the player and they're flying around. They just say to the player, "Flashback." And it's very, like, kinda creepy in a way, I find. Ah, get out of my face. Ironic they say that, because they have a fair bit of flesh themselves. More legs. Been seeing the legs appear fairly frequently. I know science has been going wrong. Will this hurt? That would have been a funny touch if that hurt. Whoa. Ooh-wee. Wow. Startled me. Oh yeah, the grenade launcher dudes. Is that dudes again? Oh, it's whatever. Skin job barge file wannabes. Also, in case anyone's wondering, those 2 syllables of Dr. Claw voice I did indeed hurt my throat, because, man. Don't know if anyone here has done that voice themselves, but it really does hurt to do. Doesn't help, I haven't been drinking any water, just beer. I do have some water, don't I? Yes, I do. This part of the track almost sounds like it should have, like, singing in it. Like, it sounds distinctly like a chorus. Well, I mean, like a chorus that would have singing is what I'm trying to say. Never, ever, ever get tired of Nash Gore. One of the most perfect mods that I know of. Although I think it did have a conflict with, Combined Arms' Tech Monk. It had a very small, harmless conflict, if anything. Alright, where am I going? Where's that exit? Arguably TMI, but that beer is still kind of tearing through me. I need to, have another 1 or 2 minute break. This way. Right, okay. I remember. What do you want, map music or intermission music? I'll give you map music, it's longer. I think I'm going to be a few minutes. Hopefully, not everyone leaves, but be right back in a few minutes. Right. I mentioned earlier that... Which one? Yeah, map 6. Anyone familiar with Tech War? Oh, here's some Tech War music. After this. After the intermission here. Map 6, I gave it Tech War music. Anyone still here, by the way? Took longer than I wanted to, but hey. That's loud. Hang on. Okay. Time to play in traffic. Ah. Oh, that was a hard hit. That was close. So how's your day? I'm gonna drink some more. Haha. Have I gotten anything from here? I kinda don't think I have. Right, there was that. Well, it did something, I'm sure. I don't think Obsidian can generate any useless buttons. If it can, I assume the chances of that are pretty darn slim. I like the bass drum in this part here, it's nice. Hello. Haven't seen one of these guys yet. Damn it. Saw what was happening and I did that anyway. Oof. Haha. There we go. That was close. Yeah. Exactly what I meant to do. I'm missing for a second there. And you have the pistol fully upgraded, or pistols if you're not playing with graphical modifications. There is no horizontal spread. I just see that coin bounce back in. Doesn't seem right. Oh, hey. Ah. That was a little loud. This Baron thinks he's the boss of this map. Can I just... There we go. Ow. I'll show him who's boss of this map. Nice. I like it when a map does that. Because it's funny to me. I kind of forgot that, I think Oblige did that. And, it's kind of funny to see that Obsidian did it just now. I have played through a 11 map Obsidian generated WAD before, but I don't remember it particularly well, although there was actually one little bit that technically had some underwater stuff. I don't say action because it was just a washroom and you press a button and the toilets overflow and then, yeah, swim up through a window. Lovely. Hello, UAC guy. That's kind of weird. I don't think that's necessarily my fault. That weird texture alignment. I don't know why the tail lights are blue. That's... These are blue by default, just a different shade of blue. Alright, first text screen coming up. Wow, I've actually done everything in this map. There's only one secret. That's actually, very surprising for, both Obsidian and Oblige. Also, finally able to catch the stream. That's, good. Managed to catch it. There should be, a fair bit more from this point onward. Ah. But yes. As usual, I've put in some kind of goofy text for the text screens because well, everyone here who's played Doom has seen the regular text screens enough, so I decided to make something different. So I'll let you read that while I drink some more. Wow. That was a Mars 3D track, and this is also a Mars 3D track. Also, that was quite a bit I just drank. Trying to keep up the momentum. Am I using any Equinox midis? No. That's a good question, though. I mean, I just answered it, but it's a good question in that I'd probably actually do that at some point. The music in the final map of Equinox in particular is really good and has a interesting, kind of even sad story about it. I say kind of. Didn't say kind of. As I mentioned before, just to clarify... Oh, hey, yo. I have not played Equinox. I've watched a playthrough years ago. But I fully intend on streaming it at least twice. Can I make a VOD? Well, I typically... Well, actually, I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. If you mean what I think you mean, then you mean to ask, will I archive a VOD on Twitch? I will at least for when I play through it with Psychic, but with all of my streams, they will be exported to YouTube, where they will not be removed after 2 months. Unless I do something to get my account destroyed, which I shouldn't. I'm not that stupid. I typically don't make proper VODs. I typically don't archive streams on Twitch, but I've decided to make an exception for any streams involving Psychic. I don't know, archiving them on Twitch doesn't seem very important to me. What's really important is exporting them to YouTube, where my Quake 2 stream did amazingly, which is still baffling. I haven't checked it in a while. Last I checked, I think it had like 40-something views and like 3 or 4 likes. I love this mod. Don't mind me looking at the nighttime city. I've always really liked the visual aesthetic, I guess you'd say, of cities at night. Which is why I chose this sky texture for the first 10 maps? Or is it 11 maps? First 10 or 11 maps of this, Megawad. Oh, here's a secret I knew about because I was just testing getting a recording of the secret sound, and it's, yeah. I've always liked doors like this. But I feel like it could have been done just a pixel better, if you know what I'm saying. Still, very nice touch. Got a free computer map. Got what's left of a dead guy. Got whatever these are. I have no idea. I don't know. Generator. Nuclear powered something or other. Just a nice bit of Obsidian. These hanging corpses, by the way, are different. I changed them to give them better better variance in just how they look. Because by default, they're all bald guys and they all wear just brown. Whereas after my editing, they look a fair bit different. And I think it adds a nice amount. And this is a nice placement of a bench, because, oh boy, let's sit down and look at the dead tree. The burnt tree, rather. The broken door looks better with vanilla textures, you say. Well, I don't... Yep, maybe you're right, but, see, it goes... This is 2 pixels lower than here, and so on. Whereas I feel like if they had more bits of it at different heights, and only changing 1 pixel height difference instead of 2, that might look better, and it would certainly be smoother. But hey. I actually generated this, WAD like a year or 2 ago. I wonder if Obsidian has been, updated significantly since then. I have generated a WAD or 2 which uses a bunch of custom Obsidian textures. I've been avoiding them as I haven't made fitting texture replacements for those fancy new textures. So I've been going with these. So I thought these had slopes. I mentioned earlier an 11 map WAD I generated. That had slopes. I didn't mention that before, but I haven't seen any in this particular WAD. That guy is too close. Ah. Did you notice this midi's only like a minute long? And I went out of my way to choose it. Dearie me. Get out of my face, chain gunner. Mars 3D. Bunch of really good sounding 1 minute long midis. Sub 1 minute for the most part. Which is kind of painful, actually. Man, I don't know if I'd ever obtain and stream, or even just play through on my own time, Mars 3D, but dear god. I don't know how many maps it has, but it has something like 13, 15, something-ish tracks, and boy oh boy. I feel like I'd get pretty tired of it. Here we have food, I guess. I don't know, that's literally dirt. That's rocks. And at the bar, I don't know. You gotta use your imagination, and mine isn't strong enough. Gonna just, gotta mark this on the map, actually. Some more beer. Right, I haven't been this way, have I? No, I have not. Yes, I have. Have I? I mean, there's a dead pinky. There's also this. That's a lot of blood. You know, if I were, like, amazing in terms of making music and knew how to screw with midis... I meant to hit backwards, I hit the wrong key. As I was saying, if I were really good with music and midis, then, like, really good. Like, properly really good. I would, extend all of the, God damn it. Moved into the side of that. What I would do is I would extend all of the Mars 3D tracks. And I don't mean just, like, loop them, because that's not the same, in my opinion. That's not the same as extending a track. What I would do is I would make the track, like, a few minutes longer, and, like, add new sections. Maybe give it some elements of progression and all that stuff. Because there's some good stuff to be heard in the Mars 3D soundtracks. There's a button somewhere. Or a lever. Something. Making sure I didn't miss a button over here. I didn't think I did. Not gonna be in there, that's a secret. This is not Eternal Doom. Oh, fiddlesticks. I was obviously just going to say fun there, and then decided to, yeah. That's obviously the case. Very clearly joking. Got another one. Is there a line def to be crossed? Doesn't seem like it. I don't think there was anything in here, was there? Yeah, pick it up. Whatever. If I find anything, I find anything. That's a weird way to say that. Armor? Don't need that yet. Wait. Nope. I know I've been here, but did I miss anything? Guess not. Yeah, there was a key there. I guess there was a red key, and where the hell? Really need to remember to check the map more often, because there's a red door, which I missed somehow. If you can't tell what texture that is with the red lines, that is Grey Tall. It's kind of funny to me that Obsidian uses Grey Tall. Used it as part of a book earlier, and used the red line part as a sort of a bookmark. Although thanks to what I've done to it, it looked kind of weird. Boy, there's a lot of Grey Tall here. Alright, we won't have to hear this music for much longer. Unless I decide to be crazy and find all the secrets, which I won't do. I'll just find... I don't know. Maybe some of them? What the hell is that? Non-pegged secret moving walls. Health. Which I absolutely needed. No one's still here. Yeah, looks like it. My streaming software is to be believed. I'm sure there's at least 2 people here. I know one person is at least here. Okay. Not that it matters much. I don't know why I decided to make a note of that so audibly. I'd like to blame alcohol, but I do that without it. Alright, going straight to the exit. This doesn't look right to me. Like, these look like rails and they should be going somewhere, but they're very obviously not. Nope, wait. Yeah, this way, okay. No. There. Now there should definitely be a longer track in the next map, because that's the only regular map track. The only short regular map track that I chose, unless you count map 30, which doesn't matter, because being as this is Obsidian, map 30s really don't take much time at all. Okay. My microphone facing the right way. Yes. Can I upgrade, if anything? Minecraft gaming? Are you saying that because I'm in a cave? You know, I'd say stop spamming, but you're the only one talking, so it doesn't really matter in this particular case. If people were having a conversation, then I would at least ask you to stop. But as it is right now, it's fine, really. Oh, you. Button for that door. Just about through this third can. God damn it, didn't mean to pick that up. I don't think I swerved towards it, so to speak. How about some ice magic? Let's get some ice up in here. Level 2 off the bat, let's go. Level is my thingamabobber? 1. Let's level it, now I'm out of money, basically. It's fine. I generally don't rely on the ability to buy health. Something I mostly tried very hard to do when I played through Sunless with Psychic a few years ago. I always feel obligated to say that was not a stream. That was before I started streaming. Oh, God. Oh. Funny business. A funny business known as jibbing. Surely there was something to be found here. Well, I guess not. I mean, Oblige had many pretty sizable areas that you don't need to go to. Well, there's armor here. I'm going to, mark this area. There. Yep, okay. Stim box. I just noticed it calls him that. That's a lot of revies. Ow, that's... ooh. Me almost killing myself and then getting hit with a Revenant projectile, nice. Uh-oh. Ooh, lucky. Alright, where are yous? Ooh, okay. doing particularly well. And I missed the pickups. I want the pickups to generate my magic so I can just... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whoa. There. I'll admit there was a fair bit of tension there. I'm surprised I haven't used that sound sooner. I'm gonna finish this beer. And I need to get up for the fourth one. The fourth and final. Dang, I've already been going for the minimum stream time. Guess I'm having fun. How dare I? Oh, hello. Completely whiffed that point-blank shot with a shotgun. That's... Maybe I didn't. Is this fully upgraded? Yep. Yeah, there's a, yeah, okay. As for where the switch would be, who knows? Maybe in here somewhere. As for the subject of Minecraft, I haven't played that in a good few years. I don't even remember what year it was when I last played it. Nope. What if I... Oh wait, if this were... Wouldn't be making this sound. If it moved. I'll take a potato chip. Someone will get that reference. Maybe not now, but someone in the future. You have to go now, UAC guy? Alright, thank you for stopping by. Wow, okay, there we go. I'm having a good stream. Pretty sure I'll stay safe. Not like I'm gonna go driving while I've been drinking. Assuming that's where you... That's what you were alluding to. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe just in general. Which is perfectly fine. This guy didn't stay safe. He fought the demons and lost. Or at least half of him lost. Maybe his legs were still kicking. Bless it. I don't know what that did. Maybe that gray door. Oh, that light looks pretty nice. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that gray door. Didn't think to mark it though, might take a while. Maybe I've been through that gray door and I forgot. That's perfectly possible. I was gonna say something else. Ah, yeah, so what's the great door? Okay. That was close. Get rid of that guy before he gets me killed. What does this do? Didn't hear anything, so it must be the exit door. Revenant. Revenants! Wow, that's quite a few. Hey. Fancy meeting you here. Ah, yes. Ah, there's the exit. 11 secrets that I've found 0 of, and I don't care. But I will be right back in a short enough amount of time. Actually, that's not true. I was gonna say short enough amount of time that it doesn't warrant the be right back screen, but I was gonna put it the be right back screen anyway. But then I realized I won't be away long enough for it to be warranted anyway, so be back in 1 or 2 minutes. For real this time. Last time took a bit longer than expected. Map 8, and I'm 3.5 hours in. That's ridiculous. I don't know if that's just my sheer incompetence, which probably is, or if Obsidian maps really do take longer. feel like they do. Might have something to do with me drinking, I don't know. But anyway. Wait a minute. There's armor over there. I'm not going away just yet. Get that armor. Oh, the portal's all the way over there. Wait, how do I even get there? Okay. That wasn't me being fancy, that was me screwing up and going the wrong way. Going around the rocks there. Me using the map is just me being desperate to be quick about this whole thing. But yeah, I am going that way. Right. Be right back. I'm back. Have you noticed? Took a little longer than I meant to. Got to, talking a bit. Didn't want to pick up that medkit. I didn't even see my health bar move. I must have had like 99 hit points, and then I picked up a 25 hit point medkit, and so I've wasted 24 healing points, basically. Oh well. All works out in the end. Come on, surely some of those flames should go through. I guess not. Or the Kakadine is too far away. There you go. Oh, whatever. Okay then. Find the way to open those later. Fire seems like the right choice for this. Ah. This little area looks kind of nice. Now to play, what did that switch do? Wouldn't be Doom without it, let's be honest. Nope, that's the wrong way. What am I doing? Get up there. Here we go. I was trying to pick that up without picking up the med kit. Guess I'll pick up the med kit. Wait a minute. Okay, there is a difference when you're crouching. Didn't know. Looked like there wasn't for a moment there. I mean, I figured there would be. What was that? Ah, hello. There we go. Oh, hello. Thank you for following, Darth Pixaris. I have absolutely no idea why this texture is that shade of blue. Because it should be that shade of blue, but instead it's like that. Apparently I somehow managed to miss one. I'll have to look into that before the next time I stream this. Oh, that's unfortunate. Don't stand on the chair, as it turns out. But hey, 2 follows in 1 stream. I'll drink to that. Ah. Ah. Alright, round 2. Wait a minute. Okay. Where are you? There you are. I feel as though I should have gotten a key from here. Not what I meant to do. You know what? I want to use this weapon. Keep hitting the wrong keys. Oh nice, one half of the guy's over here and the other half's over here, and then you have someone who's more intact. They're all dead, it doesn't matter. Alright, that ain't the door. There we go. Maybe it did open. Nope, that did. Okay. Ah, thought I was a little too close there and I fired anyway. Because, boy oh boy, the splash damage on the plasma magic. It's a good way to get myself jibbed, not just killed. I'll buy lightning magic. I was gonna say lightning magic next, but I've already got money. Ah. Didn't realize that was automatic. Right, what am I doing? Red door. Okay. Wondering what opened. Obviously just found out. I didn't think there was gonna be anything there. But I figured I'd check anyway. Right, yellow key. Where was the yellow door? That's where I came from. Coulda, shoulda crouched. Is this map that big that I'm playing it for hours? Are you sure you mean map and not WAD? You're misunderstanding the difference between maps. They're all like, at least a lot of them are the same theme, but they're different maps. Oh my god. I don't think I've died in a while. Before anyone asks, will I ever play Occuplock? I don't know. Ah. Ah! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, come on. Ooh, that was close. Alright. I'll probably die anyway. Maybe. I don't know. Good. That's what I wanted to do. Got hung up on the thing. Got killed myself because I didn't pick up. Alright, fine. You know what? Beer has been consumed. Oh, yoo-hoo. Didn't realize you could shoot through there. Bunch of similar textures. Well, by default, depending on the settings, Obsidian only uses vanilla Doom 1 and 2. Actually, I think just Doom 2. It depends, really. I mean, you can generate WADs for Doom 1 or 2, supposedly. I don't think I've generated any for the first Doom. You can also generate WADs for Hex... maybe Hexen? I meant to say Heretic there. Supposedly Heretic, tried it, didn't work. I don't know if it's actually added, or if I did something wrong, or whatever. But with how this was set up, it's just regular Doom 2 textures. There appear to be no fancy slopes. There was almost a mirror. I say almost a mirror, it was just a black texture. So it's not like these textures are any more similar than they would be if I weren't playing with any texture packs, so to speak. It looks like I should be able to get out there. I kind of want that black crystal over there, but only kind of. Oh, hang on, I see. Why is that visible on the map? Really shouldn't be, but here I am. Just immediately get level 2 dark magic. Now I can one-shot Revenants without having my magic powered up. Just gonna actually make sure I didn't miss anything out here. Oh no, I'm missing 7 enemies and I don't care. Time to deactivate or activate or... I don't know what kind of imagination makers of Obsidian want me to use, but I'm gonna press a button. Which didn't even change texture when I pressed it. making sure there wasn't anything else said while I have another drink. That looked pretty audible. Apologies. Ah! Oh, I thought I could one-shot Revenants. Maybe it's with only level 3 dark magic. Well, I have that to look forward to. This looks like fire. This is a job. Ow. How many maps in? 10, I guess. I've found 1 mega armor so far. This might hurt, Wendy's. Never mind. Pistol reminds you of the Lawgiver pistols from the Dread movie, the 90s one. Fun fact. With the exception of some of the details on the side, such as the bullet-looking thing at the front and the screw-looking thing next to it, and some of the lines on the box part, I made this sprite. Made to look like... to sort of resemble the Automag from Unreal. Because that's one of my favorite weapon designs ever. And I think I did... I like to think I did good. At least I like the look of it, and I suppose that's really what matters. That was close. Kind of... something I didn't realize until someone said something similar is that it kind of looks like if Glock made the Automag. Which is pretty nice. I like the look of Glocks. Like a nice blocky pistol. Jeez. There we go, there you are. Burn the skeleton. Ah. Thank you. Oh, almost dodged into that. Something I'm very good at is dodging into projectiles. Not just when I have the invisibility sphere, where enemies' aim seems to be way out of whack. Nice to see an enemy jib another enemy. That's weird. Well, I guess I'm going that way, though. There's some subtle pitch shifting in this track I just noticed. At least I think it's called pitch shifting. Where a note starts as one note and then it gradually goes up or down to a different note. Something I don't hear often in midis. I would like to hear that more. Nice. One shot managed to take them both out at the same time. Something amazing I did many months ago, probably a year, I don't know, was just happen to kill 2 cyber demons with 1 super shotgun shot. I have a clip of that, even. Hello, Benito. Probably just drop fire on these guys. Burn myself a bit while I'm at it. Should get some earth magic. There we go. Level 2 might be nice. Or I can get killed. That guy's stuck. He can still punch me, though. A washroom. Oh, hello. You guys look like you could use some heat. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. With pretty good reason. I guess that was a Spectre. It's absolutely amazing that he managed to not hit me. Didn't have my hand on the keyboard there for a second. Alright, what opened? Here we go. Would like more health if possible. That's just a reflex shot. Yes, I did try to go back that way, because I forgot what way that actually was. Wow, that's a lot of stuff! Really looks like a job for Earth Magic, which is only level 2. Just one moment. Actually, maybe I'd like to get on the other side of that. Can I do that from here? I get smacked. The rocket. How do I get over there? That can't possibly be a secret area, can it? That's too many enemies. What are you doing? Whoa. This hit scanner's borderline. I wouldn't even say borderline, actually. They didn't startle me, they just kind of alerted me. I'll freely admit when I've been startled. Trust me. Sometimes I don't have to. That was close. The narrow dodge, like I tried to do. Sometimes I screw it up and I get hit. Wait. There you are. Shotgunner. Kind of pelted me just a couple seconds ago. Few, whatever. Alright, there's a bunch of stuff on the other side of that door. Okay, that's the way to go. This is gonna be rough. Or... maybe, I could buy this. Not exactly hurting for money. Let's see how this goes. Typically avoid buying power-ups because that's not a particularly great use of money. But like I've said a few times now in this playthrough, this stream even. Whoa, hey, wow, okay. Money's not gonna be much of an object eventually. Man, just shreds revenants. It's ridiculous. Get the health. There we go. Alright. That worked pretty well. You know, I called the pitch shifting subtle. I guess it's not, if you really listen to the track. It's frequent, but it's not like a big pitch shift. Again, I'm not sure if that's the right term. This seems a little like something I should be able to mess with. I guess not, though, looking at the map. Looks like a good spot to put something. I already forgot if there was actually anything here. Oh no, I'm missing an enemy. Someone else can deal with it. The UAC. Obviously, that's totally how this works. Because they totally have some semblance of competence, right? This misaligned texture pains me. I wonder if it's been fixed. Because like I said, this generated WAD's a year or two, some amount of years old. Hang on, what the hell is that? Yeah, I got health. And my viewers went down to 1. I wonder how accurate that is. Don't mind me, drinking. This might be a Hexen track. I know I picked at least one Hexen track for this WAD. I'm thinking this is it. This sounds distinctly Hexen-y. This shouldn't need saying, but Hexen has a great soundtrack. I have to hear more of this track to be sure. I'm sure I put a Hexen track in here somewhere. I'm only mostly sure. Oh, I get to ramble. Oh boy. No. This isn't from the first Hexen, at least. And I don't think it's from the second one, either. Never completed the second Hexen, but, its soundtrack is a bit... It's very mellow. I don't think this is part of it. In fact... Can't be, I don't have the Hexen 2 soundtrack in MIDI format anywhere, and I totally liked all of the tracks involved in this WAD I took from various downloaded soundtracks. Either from proper, official video games, or from, like, MIDI packs. This isn't Hexen. Either Hexen. The beginning, though, did sound absolutely like Hexen. And then it picked up, and I realized, this isn't right. It's great, though. This is a good track. I remember how much guitar appears in the first Hexen soundtrack, and, yeah. Definitely don't remember this. Was there anything over here? I don't think there was. No. Okay. You know, this is probably from Rebirth. Don't remember. Although I suspect it was, Hexen-inspired. Which would be a good, pretty great place to take some musical inspiration from. Boy, will I ever stream Hexen? I don't know. It's fine to get constantly lost on my own time, but during a stream? Dearie me. I'm gonna use this weapon, since I just fully upgraded it. Now it has a bit of range. Now I assume there's a button, or what have you, somewhere around here. Although I guess it's not around here. But it's for this, something's for this, obviously. This is also unfortunate. Oh well. Oh, there's a portal here I didn't notice. No, it's not a portal. I've been baited by a master. You could say I've been not going to complete that joke. Psych. Right. Something's up. I don't know what. Well, time to do one more thorough look around. Have I been through here? Oh, I have not. I like that this is capable of jibbing the most basic former human. Did I say capable jibbing or capable of jibbing? Because I meant the latter. This particular gameplay mod really relies on mouse luck. I mean, not just because of this, but also this kind of shoots a little... Well, I thought it shot higher. That's... Yeah, my view is... I have a key bound to put the view to the middle, and this definitely goes a little higher. At a certain range, of course. Those are legs, not armor. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh no! Look at that. What if that's been fixed? That's a shame. I would like to see Obsidian get more recognition. So I hope they do fix stuff like that. Yeah, I know my voice cracked there, it's fine. It's been doing that a surprisingly small amount this stream. Hello. It might have even been the first... Oh wait, maybe second. Ah, whatever. Thinking this track is either from Rebirth or Free Doom. I just remembered I used a few Free Doom tracks. Is this level 3? I don't think it is. It isn't. But it is now. hell am I going? Ah. Didn't have my hand on the mouse, so I was messing with my mustache. I'll probably get rid of a couple weeks, I don't know. Not that it matters. There's no one seeing my face. Hang on. Came from there. Going this way, right? Yeah, hello. Wasting, magic. There we go. This is gonna hurt. My ears. Thought I was gonna get shot before that landed. Alright, gonna want that momentarily. Hello. Very interesting. Will this spawn enemies? No. If I can quickly figure out where I'm going. Right, blue key. Where's the blue door? Way over there. I don't know if I can make use of these two things. What? Oh, there's something. I guess they're just over there. That's a ways away. If you're thinking of the power-ups. Here's what I'm gonna do. Is go the wrong way. Ah! I don't know where he came from, but he has friends. Is this level 3 yet? It is not. What is wrong with me? The hell? Oh, I see. Barely scraped that in with that shot. Oh yeah, you look like a good time for, the two things I found if I can get back here in time. Here's what I'm gonna do. Is screw up That's a secret area. Oh, I didn't see you there. Okay. Alright. I know what I'm doing now. See if I can get back there in time to make use of this. I guess not. I forget to open the door. Don't care about that imp. Going this way. I don't have the invincibility anymore. It's fine. I have this. It's not fine. Alright. Looks like it ain't gonna work. God damn it. Fine, I'll use this at a distance. Actually, wait. Ooh. You mean to save mid-jump there. I meant to save, I just didn't think it would happen in the middle of the jump. Yeah, alright. Where's that imp? I still can't find that imp. Their text screen coming up. Yes. Be back in a minute or two. Alright, I'm back. I've drank all the beer that I was planning on drinking. So I'm not getting any, tipsier. Alright, this is a descent track. Man, then... knockback, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. At least I think this is the descent track. I might be wrong. I know I put at least one of them in here. I'm actually not terribly familiar with the descent soundtrack. Level 2's music, however, ooh boy. I really like that one in particular. Oh no, they're fighting. I must stop them. Okay, there we go. Ah. That's one way of doing it. I was worried the track was gonna take a minute to loop. Nice. Ah, crap, and I can't get out without jumping. Nice to get some kills out of the barrels. That's where I came from. That's... Oh, there's a candle and a box there. I thought it was just candle or box. See how little I don't care about the steel magic. It's unfortunate. What? Okay. Hey, hello there. Damn it. Should have marked that med kit. Don't recall seeing a yellow door. Up in there? Must have. It never went this way somehow. Okay. I miss things like this. It just happens. Damn it. There we go. Gotta center my view for that to be really effective. Yeah, effective. It's fire. There we go. Jeez. And H's. Mwaha! Damn it. Okay. We've been here. Yeah, that's where I came from. Even. Alright, and I went this way, and then I... Wait a minute, yeah, I did go that way, and then this happened. This was a bad decision. Didn't mean to do that. I'll think of something. It was a non-calculated risk, and I took it. I dodged into it. Couple of bowling pins right there. Come on. Fine. Do it the old-fashioned way. I have no idea what that's supposed to be, but it looks neat. Have not been. I can't tell if I screwed up or if the people who made Obsidian screwed up. It really kind of in this particular case seems like the latter because of the face. Maybe whatever, it doesn't matter. Hey, Mega Armor. Well, what, the second time? On map 12? Hey, map 12. Been 5 hours. I need a blue key. Okay. Have I been here yet? Yeah. Gonna save up for level 3 Earth Magic. I almost bought the level 3 Nightmare Omega. Yeah, that thing. And I got a key from here, and going the wrong way. Wait, what? Oh, those aren't lifts. Thought if those were lifts, I was... I don't know. Not sure how I would have felt. Mark that. Badly. The actual hell am I doing? The peak of my streaming experience. Where would the blue key be? Did I miss it, I wonder? Wouldn't be back there. Why would it be back there? That'd be stupid. It'd be stupid if we're back there too. I got a different key from here, I don't remember. Boy oh boy. Could jump out here. I'm gonna do that. Not exactly cheating in this particular case. That sounds like my cats are having fun running around. Damn it, that doesn't matter what color I got from there, I don't know why I would think that. That's the fact that 4 beers in, but I mean, that should be... not really having any bearing very long. What am I hearing? Not in the game, it's in real life. I've gone back here again. Oh. That was supposed to be an oh no, but the O was silent. Okay. I missed that for a moment. The real question is, how much longer am I gonna go with this? Only 12 maps in, and it's been 5 hours. So... I think... this WOD's gonna take 3 streams. Assuming I don't get massively lost. More. Much more, at least. God. Back here again? Ah. Real me hours here. Would like to do one more map. But at this rate, that's not looking super possible. It's already been 5 hours, my head's starting to hurt. Which checks out, if I'm honest. Really have been over here. Did I press this? Ooh. Would have been annoyed if that was some sort of switch that appears on and then you press it and then it's off. I don't think Obsidian does that though. I think only questionable wads do that. Pretty sure Doom 2 and Name only did that a lot. Why though? Why would it do that? I don't care if this gets wasted, I really don't. How? I don't know. Just have nothing to say. This is where I started, yeah. Oh my god. What is that over there? God damn it. Are we having fun yet? I kinda stopped when I got lost. Hang on. Is this something I'm...
Of course.
How did I miss this? What? Why do I bother? How do you not notice this? I don't understand how the chaining works. Where was that door? The door even look like on the map? God. Oh, it was this way, kind of. No, I don't. Ugh. This way? Am I just here? Oh, God. You know, I think it was near the start. And I wasn't thinking of that previous map. I guess I was. I don't think it's that way. I think it's before that part. No, they're fine. Just see if it's past this part of the map. I don't know. Doesn't exactly seem right. Deary me. What the hell? Alright. Doesn't look like anything on the map. That's good to know for future reference. This looks nice. What was that? Never mind. What? When you ask what is that mod, what are you referring to? The weapons and the magic and all that stuff? Oh my god, 25 secrets? Jesus. That's 17 of them. Do mod in general, well... Well, the maps I'm playing are part of a procedurally generated WAD using a program called Obsidian. The weapons and the magic are psychic, although I have thoroughly messed with the graphics, and less so messed with some of the audio. The gameplay remains the same, although I am also playing with a really small mod called Brutal Kick, which allows me to have a melee attack. Which I don't use very much. I don't think I wanted to pick that up. No, I did not. percussion in this track sounds really nice. Short track, huh? Where's the time? Yeah, okay, there it is. 2.5 minute long track. Uh-oh. Ooh, hey, surprised I managed to not get hit by that. Pretty sure that was a homing one. I think I saw smoke. Seeing if I missed anything around here, and I... Right, the key, okay. That sounded like a lot. Well, not necessarily, maybe 3. Just timed well. Ah. Need a second to think, buddy. Why, hello there. Switch? For some reason? How many of these did I miss, I wonder? Secret barrels are kinda nice if you're playing with Psychic, where they sometimes drop health and armor bonuses. God, I haven't seen the red door yet. That can't be right. I don't think I'm supposed to go that way. One moment. All right. Did I never go this way? I guess not. Didn't mean to do that, but it worked out fine. Use of plasma magic. Oh, this one doesn't have a switch, so it's good to know they don't all lead to a tiny secret. Ow. Oh. Went right into that chain gunner's face twice. Whoa. Pretty sure this is the Descent 2 track, by the way. If not, then it's from the first one. And I just thought I'd throw some words out there, since I haven't been saying much. Nice. Boy, there. Okay, I was about to say, boy, would I like some health, and then I found some. Always nice to get a free magic upgrade. Always nice to miss with expensive magic. Did it even hit that guy? What's that splash damage? I don't think this has splash damage. Hahaha. I recognize that map ending. Oh wait, no, I mistook it for a different one. But, being as this is the end of map 13, I will be ending the stream here, because it's already been nearly 6 hours. So I'll just make a proper save. And well, I guess just, you know, say the usual, thank you for watching kind of stuff, and, next time, ideally, will be more of this. Might be pretty soon, might not be, I don't know. But, yeah, until then, unnecessary quick save. Later. Might be alcohol next time, I don't know. Maybe. Seemed to go pretty well this time. Mostly. I'd say mostly. Been at this for almost 6 hours and my head doesn't hurt, so that's nice. But yes. Bye.